Oh, come on. What do you mean, my hair? What do you mean? What hair? Whose hair? Weekend was okay. Things are working-ish. What do you mean they are straight? They are not straight. I mean, you can't see them. That's the first thing. Cybersect, hi. Welcome in. Good day. Good morning. Good time zone. Good all day. I wanted to check this. Yes, dang. Sorry. I'm seeing things. You can't see things. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. Everything is gonna be fine. But you, this thing above me right there, I need to change that. I wasn't sure in terms of how it looks on stream. It feels wrong to have the white outline, so I'm probably gonna fix that. For sure. Not probably. That is a for sure situation. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's an option. But welcome to the new stream overlay of May. I was thinking about doing it on Friday, but then I didn't for many reasons, including it was the end of the week and it made no sense. But yeah, it's been in my head for a while, and you know, that's what happened. That's what happened. Oh yeah, no, they were straight on that week specifically because I straightened them. If that makes sense. I mean, that was the reality and the situation. For sure, for sure. But yeah, no, it's still as fluffy as it can be, specifically today. So yeah, there are things that are going to need to be fixed on this overlay, but you know, that's gonna take some time. It's going to take a bit of time. Mainly the fact that I did this thing yesterday morning, 3 hours, and I kind of polished it today. Not entirely, but kind of. It's loud. That was loud. I don't know if it was loud just for me, but it was loud for me for once, which is good. Which is good. That isn't where it's supposed to be, but it's okay. So we have some issues in terms of yeah, no, it's just my sound on my side. Not that loud, but better. Basically anything now, because we are on the my regular 2:1 aspect ratio, which is the best wide overlay, at least for me, from my point of view. It gives us a bit more distance, but as you can see, the drop game isn't going side to side. So that's something that I need to fix. Good job on landing. Congrats. Congrats, that is impressive. I saw you land before the message landed in the chat, which is kind of crazy. But that's cool. That's good. Anyways, so there are some things here and there that needs to be fixed because of that, because of this aspected ratio things, and there are also other things like the chat that needs to be fiddled with a tad just to make it more accessible. In some cases, as you can see, my name in the chat isn't really visible at that instant. That is not a thing. So yeah, nonetheless, today is the beginning of May for this thing, stream, whatever, and I think apparently yes, I think we're starting like 1 hour earlier than usual. This is going to be the new schedule time. I think instead of starting at 6:30, I'm going to start at 5:30. But now, again, I don't know how long that is going to remain the case, but I'm going to attempt to do that in order to ensure that I can go to bed early, which is the point. But yeah, other than that, not much happened. I've done some things on the app which are here, not really accessible. Cat, hi, welcome on in. Good day. Again. Where basically I removed the sync feature from the app entirely, and then I put it back, and it's still not working. It's the 8th time that I'm like redoing the entire sync system from scratch just because doesn't want to comply with what I want it to do, and that's an annoyance. So we have this, it's there, it's better than earlier, and I'm still working on it, but we had like a version that has been sent on Saturday to the App Store. So now we have a new version that is live on the store to ensure that the system kind of works with transaction tech, which is basically to combat what I talked about on Friday. Someone that basically bought the app for full price and then decided to refund themselves, but because of how I built the app, they basically had access to anything for free, and that would be the case for anything. So if you had the app earlier and you bought like a dictionary and then said that someone decided to, I don't know, buy that, I mean, their child was buying that, they would have gotten a refund but still have access to the dictionary for free, so that's not the good thing. Tony, hi, welcome in. Thank you for checking the themes, which are back, finally back. I am unsure about the purple. It's good, but it's not great. Can't make it good yet. I will, but right this instant, can't. Testing everything. I see. I see. The favorite right now is the default. Default seems to be, at least for me, my favorite theme overall. Like it's, I mean, it is what it would, you know. Dang. And then and then Cyber is pretty good. It's very yellow, so that's debatable. And the blue is really soothing, so I think like for recordings, blue is going to be pretty good. They are still a bit saturated, and they might benefit from being like not that saturated, but yeah, I think you know, I think that's gonna be the default. There are some accessibility issues that I can see right now, basically from Pat's name in the chat and the green. It just doesn't want to work together, which is fine. It's fine. But yeah, it's also really weird that the green that I set up in OBS isn't the same as the output on stream. That is a very me thing, but yeah, you know. Like, nonetheless, I think the themes overall, I did that today, so they need a bit more polish to ensure that it's really better in terms of the colors themselves. But yeah, it's gonna come later, and that's yeah. The stream title is pretty cool. Yes, I agree with that. I don't know if yellow is best. The main point, as always, for these extremely bright colors are these. So the goal, at least for me, is to get something like, which I should have done that. Not gonna see anyone here. I guess here. Okay. The goal for me is to get a thumbnail that is like so bright. I don't think I'm gonna be in here just yet. But it is so bright that it's attracting the eyes, and that people will say, "Oh yeah, let me check that." But yeah, that that's the that's the goal. I'm probably not in there just yet. I'm also probably not in the right category again, just knowing myself. Nonetheless, that's the point. Like this one is really bright, and that's what I would potentially click on if I'm looking for a smaller streamer in that category. So having something that is brighter and that is basically highlighting the entire stream might be a better option. I don't know, but yes, I should also shirtless streams. Yes, for sure, for sure, for sure. But yeah, maybe I don't know. I don't know. There is a bit of a not an issue, but a bit of a weird thing happening with OBS and how they define the positioning of things. Um, like this one looks like they are shirtless, but no, they're not. It's just very, very light shirt. Anyways, I think I would need a breastplate. Yes, I mean I have titties, but not good enough just yet. Soon, maybe. If I go to the gym more for the titties specifically, probably. Yeah, probably. But yeah, this is pretty. This is pretty good. This is the main. Again, the main point is eye-catching thumbnails here and there to ensure that people will be like, "Oh yeah, let's click on that bright ass bitch right there," just to check. I still think that yes, um, the corner radius could be added. I'm unsure. I didn't this time because it feels like the same as before. If I go back with corner radius, it feels like the exact same thing that we had a year and a half ago. Um, and I was like, yeah, it feels like kind of not so good. And if I didn't, but had like the grid in the background, would be the same thing with, it's the same thing that I had when I moved to Japan. So, you know, um, maybe they will come back. The only place where it feels really weird to me is here. This view right here feels really, really weird to not have corner radius on the iPhone itself, just because of how it is. Like, supposed to be rounded right there. That's the one that I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. The other thing is because of this new stream overlay being made with, um, I think that song is crazy. Being made with the manual crop and not the crop filters, I would need to redo the entire thing again to ensure that I have my placement proper with the crop filters for the radius. And that's a bit more pain. Not that I care, but like right now there is nothing in the triggers for each scene. Like there is nothing that changes from scene 1 to scene B. There is nothing that is like it's muscle time! I see. Like there's nothing that is automated other than the blur. I think the blur is the only thing that is automated per scene. Oh, and titties. I'm so old. Ah, appreciate it. I knew that the thank you. I knew that the theme colors and the changes opportunities without having any cooldown on them would probably induce theme fights, which is really good. Which is really good. The oh damn, that's not what I wanted to say. But yeah, I don't think there is a bitty. Yes, there is a little bit of something that is kind of new, but we won't see it. Damn, that's all I'm saying. Ah. But yeah, we have some things. We don't have much, to be honest, in terms of what has popped in during the weekend. As far as I know, like there hasn't been any news. I want to bitch on Figma, just a smidge, just a smidge. Probably for an hour. But yeah, today we've seen like Gleb is working on something that is like really good in terms of understanding Bezier curve and pixelation. And yeah, that work is pretty cool. Nonetheless, that is a detail. Yes, I know. The thing is, no. Having a custom color input wouldn't work because of how it's set up in OBS. If it was a browser source, yes, good, 100%. If it was like something that could take an input, it could be an option. The thing is, a color source through Atom can't take a specific code with the automation. So that's the reason, or I mean, that's one reason. So, Figma has been doing things. Apparently, I'm into these things, whatever. They have changed their profile picture. They have changed their banner. And they have been basically talking about the fact that there is comping happening soon for a long time right now. And the issue that I have is that so far we've scrolled back to things. Here is the only from April 22nd. Here is the first mention going back of the dates that I can see. And then if we go back, they haven't mentioned the dates of the conference on their own basically once since they announced it, to the point that I wasn't sure if it was today or tomorrow or if it passed last week or if it's like much later. It's just, it is really weird that they haven't really expressed the fucking times for each things. That's cool. But yeah, it's weird. So that's the yeah. I don't think it's. I don't think they are going to have a lot of these just because of that fact. The fact that I had to purposefully look for the dates on my own to figure out, yes. And Kat, to answer your question, even though you are taking a nap, yes, the colors of the follow and the color of the background are not the same for many reasons. The goal is the gradient here. I mean, this thing is a gradient. That's the first thing. The second thing is they need to be dissociated, separated, visually different in order for the people to notice them, even though it is really close. It's not the same. What's the point? That was the point. So yeah, that was the thing. Anyways, back to this. Nothing much more than that happened during the weekend. As I said, there is some things like this that have popped in, and so Quinn has bought like a Matic robot. I just love the fact that he received the box. He just has to pull one end or and press one button. This bitch has take ages to load, but once it does, it basically has the charging case or charging dock in the back, and then this thing becomes a ramp so that it can just quickly and really seamlessly going from the box to the floor in a way that is gracious and good. It doesn't make any sense for a company to do that, but it's really nice. And the fact that it also has the name of the person that bought it in the screen, that's pretty clean. The thing that I don't like about it is that I went to the page and I went to their website and I took a look at how much it cost, and then I closed the page. Because this bitch is more expensive than my phone. And that's the, like, base model, I guess. There is probably like something else, options, accessories, and all that. But that expensive, that is expensive thing. Apparently, based on reviews and comments and replies and all of that, these are pretty good. But again, I don't know. I need to change mine, but that's not the one that I will buy because it's too tall for my flat. Anyways, nonetheless, details. We've had like this thing. This is a really cool preview. This is the superhuman, ultra human ring. So the concurrent to my ring here from Ura. Instead of having something that is a disruptive notification above the screen or above the content, they went for an inline notification tray that is going from the sleep cycle card to underneath. So that push the content and just is in there and says, well, congratulations on achieving something, whatever it is, to be honest. I think this is a really cool thing to have like an inline in-feed way of presenting elements, which I'm probably going to steal to an extent for Can to ensure that we have like I think the sync is going to be in there in like a notification way, that way, yeah. Other than that, not much. As said, this shadow leaves thingy from the vacation background is not coming back. This is really a 2021, 2022 design, so it feels extremely dated to me. But, you know, and also it's orange, so that not necessarily a good thing. Same thing here. I saved it because of that. I think it's the same app again. And if it's not, then it's one more app that does the exact same thing. The only issue that I have is when it goes into orange, like right about, I guess here, it keeps that border color of white-ish, which doesn't really make it blend in with the rest of the app. At least from my point of view, I feel like this is not a good transition. I would probably have not kept that border if the color match. I don't know if it's feasible, if it's easy to do. I don't know. I understand why it's not the case, but I did, not the best. Not the best. This has been really cool as well. There is another version a bit lower in the feed, which is pointing to specific numbers based on their sizes, which is pretty interesting. It's a cool interaction. I don't know what it would be used for other than an interactive installation in an art museum or something, but it's cool to look at, you know. That's the same thing I said last week. I'm not going to say anything again. It's just not accessible, really cool looking, but not accessible. This one made me kind of laugh. This is an ad for Jira thing, and again, like on something that hits you in the balls, is pretty much marketing perfection. I do agree that for a tool that is supposed to help you move further and go faster and do things, putting it here on the only elements that will slow you down in your path is a great metaphor. I think it's a great metaphor. But you know, that's the thing. This person created like a Duolingo style Paris map, which I've seen more than one person try, and this one is pretty good. I don't know how practical that would be. It was some of my initial thoughts for the travel guide that I have, to ensure that we have something that is a bit more stylized than the regular Apple Map, Google Maps. Not that much stylized, but still a bit better. And I couldn't, like, it took way too much time to figure out how to style like a map and make it good and efficient on the long term. So yeah, and had to revert. But yeah, this is a pretty cool concept overall. We do like that. This is the other one that I was talking about. Not exactly the same people, but yeah, there is something about it which is half interesting, because of the kanji characters, or I don't know if it's Chinese or Japanese. It doesn't really matter at this point on this specific thing. I feel like the arrows inside of the characters themselves could have been oriented for the characters, and the characters could have rotated so that you know which way is up, which way is down. But nonetheless, I think this is just a physics experiment, and it's an interesting physics experiment. I don't know how it's made, but yeah, teeny stuff. And then we've had like minimalistic tooltips. I think these are really cool. Someone like Jan could use these for heap or heaper, or the name, or the hexagonal fried egg. I feel like this could be really matching in terms of feel and tech and all that. And then not so much, to be honest. Like, there hasn't been thing. This is what we talked about on Friday, and yeah, not much social activities for me this weekend, other than other platforms that I can't really show you for many reasons. You know the reasons. We've had on that platform specifically, we've had a new phone dropped, which was pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. And it's the same concept that we've had 2 months ago from Xiaomi, but this one, it is from Vivo. Okay, hi, welcome in. Yes, me too. For many reasons. This one is basically like a phone with a lens. Also, congrats on the confettis. I just saw that. But this is like an additional lens that can be added to the Vivo X200 Ultra, which is pretty impressive. That it's on an existing phone. It's not like a new phone that needs to have something. No, it's a ring that goes to your camera bump and then have like the lens on top. So that's an interesting thing. I think I have in between TDs, yes, right there. The lens itself, it's not that big, but it seems to be pretty good. And quality-wise, because they are working with Zeiss, whatever, I'm expecting the glass to be really good. Bessians, hi, welcome on. So that's really nice of a concept. I don't know if it's like practical in the long term, but just as a concept, addition accessories for your phone, I feel like this is pretty cool. The main thing that I do like about it is because it is a ring that goes on the camera ring of the phone that already exists. Like it's something that goes on top to then mount the lens on that. It probably means that that lens could be added to any other phone as long as you change that in between mount accessory thing. So for their next phone, if they release similar like rounded back for the camera bump, they could just create like a new thing right there and then have the camera be mounted on it that point. But yeah, that's a potential. I don't know, we'll see. Nothing much more than that. Most of the content that I've had on Xiangshu has been not necessarily related to design lately. There has been like this one that was really cool. The sole of the chair has its skull right there. It's fun. A fun concept. It feels wrong, but it looks nice. But you know, interesting. Anyways, but yeah, Kane, I think the config is gonna have all the things that have been leaked. So website, new format for auto layout probably, like the grid thing that we've talked about, their integration with the AI, and they probably are gonna announce thing that hasn't been leaked, but I have doubts. And then since today, I think this morning they rolled out UI 3 for everyone. So someone that was in China today said that they finally got it, like forced got it, compared to other people that haven't like make the move or have reverted all that. So I'm guessing they are pushing everyone to the new version of UI 3 today to ensure that tomorrow when they release the things, everything kind of works. But I don't know. To be checked. To be checked. Great. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day? How's everything? No. Apparently you could revert. You could revert still, and some people have said no. That's I don't want a new version. And then today they said, yeah, you need a new version. Yeah. No, English is not my first language. It's my primary language, but it's not my first language. Kinda, huh? Welcome back. How are you? How's everything? That could be fun. That would be crazy for anyone that is watching the stream, though. I just had an ID. Just had a very bad ID. I don't know. To be honest, I really don't know about their new website thing. I feel like it's gonna be really bad, and I feel like it's gonna be forcing people to do things that they don't want to do or go through stuff in a way that is more destructive than helping. In the sense that, yeah, it's going to be a Framer copy, at least from my point of view, it's going to be a Framer copy, but it's also going to be like a Framer / Webflow competitor. So either they do it right, and I have doubts knowing Figma, or I'm gonna have another 30 minutes video blaming them, not blaming them, but like dunking on everything they have released like last year. It starts tomorrow. Great. It starts exactly on the 6th, and I don't know what time. I don't think we're going to stream it. We might have it on Discord somewhere. I don't know. I don't know if I'm even going to look at it and just have someone on Twitter just look at the tweets, you know. But yeah. Yeah, that's the good thing. That's the only that is the only positive thing that I'm seeing from the potential Figma website thing, is that instead of having to copy from Figma to Framer or from Figma to Webflow or whatever tools you use, and then move that to domain, you can have everything hosted through Figma, which could be positive, but also going back to what we said about Adobe 20 years ago, the monopoly that they currently have and the fact that Figma is the only tool. There is no, as far as I'm aware, there is no other tool that has the exact same reach that Figma has. The other potential is Penpot because it's open source and it's a copy of Figma, but open source. So that's a highly potential. But at the end of the day, like most of the designers are not willing to go in open source for many reasons. The main reason why we are not willing to go into open source is because open source can change drastically in no time without really having the resource to either go back to the previous version or the option for you to fix something that you're seeing because you don't have the skills. So yeah. I think if they introduce something for print, it would be kind of weird, but I could see why they would. But yeah, I don't know. It feels really weird. Let me see if I have like I guess I can't do that. Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. See, that's the same thing as I said earlier. They have their config happening tomorrow. Where is it? Like, where is it advertised that you are having an event tomorrow? There is no information. Like, nothing on the front page to tell me that something is gonna happen. That's crazy. And there's nothing, again, there's nothing on Twitter to tell me that something's gonna happen. There's nothing on, I mean, there is thing that they are talking about it, but they don't give me the dates. So yeah, it's really weird. It is really weird, nonetheless. The other thing that I'm kind of expecting them to build is the enhanced version of Magician. So Magician was the initial create something from nothing. So you type a prompt and it creates like an icon. In the beginning, it was this. And then they kind of had a demo of you type something and it creates a first draft for an app. And that kind of worked. It's okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. The other one that is pretty cool is that they have the ability to create a draft of a presentation from a FigJam file. The thing that I don't understand is why it doesn't work from a Figma file. And the other thing that I don't understand is why the plugins from Figma don't work in Figma Slide. That makes absolutely no sense to me. When you are here inside of Figma, which right now you can see like the me thinking about everything for today's stream. If I'm here and I have the presentation, let's go into the presentation that I gave to Stony last week. If I go on this thing, which is basically like a Figma board in design mode with the access to my layers at the bottom instead of having them at the top. Right. In my plugins, I do have access to plugins. But if I look for Simulator, for example, because Simulator is one of my most used plugins, Simulator is not available here inside of Figma Slide, even though it should, because I could like quickly select something and say, well, anything that has that font specifically, I need to change. Whereas here, I mean, technically not this one, but it is a heavy file. Go there. Here, if I do the same thing and I just look for Simulator, I'm going to have Simulator that is presented right away because it makes sense. And so, to me, because this is the same UI, right? These two are the exact same thing. I'm getting the layers at the bottom instead of having them at the top, but that's about it. I should be able to get access to the plugins because they work the same way. And it doesn't make any sense. It's the same thing for FigJam. I don't understand why it's not like the exact same code for them. I guess FigJam might have like a bit of a reason, like it's a different interface, it's a different way of working. There is like other tools in there that are not necessarily good or useful, but Simulator is available here still. Things makes no sense again. So based on that, based on the fact that Figma has repeatedly 4 years, every time that we've had like a release day, released something that we have taken 3 months to get used to at a minimum, and then gaslight us in telling us that the new version is better than the old one, and that we are all saying that it's not the case. And they're still saying that, yeah, it's the case. All that, I feel like any of the presentation is going to be really shit again. And I'm expecting, like last time, to have each and every one of the new features that are going to be announced to be available in beta for now, released early next year, like, or free for now and then paid early next year. I don't know if you remember when they had the Figma AI thing that they talked about. They said for now it's going to be free. We're going to like absorb the costs that it's going to take, and then we're going to figure out how much it should cost, which is why I'm using it as much as I can, so that right now it's free and I don't need to pay for it later. But I'm thinking if their Figma site is, or Figma website is not included in the regular seat, and it's like another $15 a month to get, it's not going to work. If the Figma AI chatbot thingy option is not included the same way that the dev mode is not included, and it's like an additional cost for regular people, not going to work. But there is a ton of things that I feel like is going to require them to make more money, and they won't be able to. I mean, I know it sounds really pessimistic. I don't know if it's pessimistic. Not that good. But I feel like the decline of like Figma, Google, Facebook, Instagram, like all of these companies, in the past year or two, is going to be even harder this year, next year, where people are just going to be decentering a lot of US-based content and a lot of US-based tech and create or use alternatives instead. And I feel like Sketch is going to come back. Penpot is probably going to take over. And other tools like Webflow and Framer are going to be more popular. But based on what I've been doing for the past 6 months, I would say, I spend more time in Cursor and Xcode during the day than I spend time in Figma. So for me, like the transition is to get rid of my design tool and design directly inside of the code editor that I'm using because it's just way faster. Like I don't need to think. It's just, if I want a button that is clickable, I'm going to make a button that is clickable somewhere, and I don't need to make a component. I don't need to make anything. I can have like a React component somewhere. It just works. It's just there, and it's good, and it works. Whereas Figma is right now, from my use, is I'm unsure about the layout, so I just sketch out some stuff really quickly. I'm not sure about the Xcode that I want to use, so I'm just making sure that I have like a good tool to craft like a tag, not a tagline, but like a color palette, like we've seen last week. And then I'm picking up the Xcode directly from there because it makes a lot of sense. And then I'm just using the Xcode inside of Xcode or Cursor directly. Sadly, the hex code is not available in SwiftUI, which is reset. That's a detail. So yeah, because I'm spending like way more time inside of code editors instead of Figma editors. Obviously, I'm biased, right? Obviously, I'm biased. But it seems most of the senior designer or designer that have like the understanding of a bit more technical, like a bit more code, design engineer and all that, are going to move to no more design tool anymore. And that makes a lot of sense. Like there was someone that posted something yesterday. I think this was on Threads. Let me just check. I think you don't have access to these. It's too many TDs. Yes, my homepage is just TDs. Nothing. Basically what they said or what they shared was that the Chris, hi, welcome on in. The oh no, it wasn't here, it was there. It was even worse. It was an email. It was this email right there. Basically Matt or MDS sent like an email about Duolingo banning wireframes. And this is something that I've been saying for, I don't know, 10 years now, if not more. Technically 12. Yeah, let's say 10. It's going to be fine. But basically what they have is they are saying that the working interface work or speak louder than a slide deck, which is what I've been saying. Basically, if you are showcasing a wireframe to a client, they are going to say, yes, that looks like it's fine because they can't go past the wireframe. If you use like an accent color that is blue and they know that their brand color is green or yellow, they will ask you why you use blue instead of their brand colors. You just say, well, it's the wireframe, so that's we're using like an accent color, but not yours. And they will be fixated on that for the longest time. So for me, wireframes are useless because when you have a mature product, you know exactly how to design things for that product specifically, and you already have a design system that works for that product specifically. So if you know when to use wireframing and when not to use wireframes, you'd go faster for sure. But as Matt is saying, which is really true, you need to know when to use it. Uh, and in the beginning, if you don't have the skills or you don't have a company that has a fleshed out design system, a fleshed out way of thinking for everything, you will end up with a lot of redo if you're not doing like wireframing or sketching in the first place. Um, but as I said, I switched back from doing wireframes to basically just doing sketches on paper to make my IDs kind of visible. I think I have like some of them that are in there and that could kind of help visualize they like this is kind of the ID, right? You just get something like this that is like a very, very simple sketch. And if that makes sense and the people that are trying to look at things work, um, and they're like, yeah, I like that concept, I like that view, I like that idea, it's enough. Like it's enough to give them like a bit of a hint. Do I have my cards? No. Um, you may have seen the God damn it, I can't find them, obviously. Um there. You may have seen these as well. This is something that we had in one of my previous company. Um basically these are cards, a deck of cards. These ones are the square one. The one that I have are the regular size cards. And the goal for this is to give you the ability to just wireframe something with blocks that you know are like the common patterns, common blocks things. So, you have like a carousel with quotes. Well, you just have these three blocks and then you have your wireframes basically fleshed out in 2 seconds. And so you can create something that can be presented to a client and say, well, this would be our hero header. Then we would have like a feature section, some testimonials right there, maybe some codes, some things where we are in the company or where we are in the city. And because these are like showcased with them during the meeting, in-person meetings, that's not really working over Zoom, but essentially. Um, they recognize that this is not like their colors, this is not their things, and because they basically act the content in the first meeting, um, you get that, it is quicker. Um, it's faster to draw when you are talking with designers. It's faster to use the cards when you are talking with clients. Um, I, Give me a second. I can't find them. I can't find them. Uh, um, I wish I could. It would have been way, way better. The main thing is if I'm drawing and I'm doing like some shit like these ones are kind of more complex. Let me just see. I don't know. I haven't checked if the zoomed in version kind of works. It doesn't seem to work. Might need to be here, to be honest. That looks really bad. It looks overexposed as much as it can be. God damn it. That's not gonna help. Can I zoom in? I can't zoom. I guess page zoom doesn't work. You might not be able to see the details on these pages, but these basics like wireframes right here will give you or give a designer an idea and a sense of what could be created. These ones, again, they are made in very, very light head, right, compared to these ones. But that will take me 3 seconds, 5 seconds per screen, basically, to say, well, we could have this, or we could have a second screen, which has like this card here, maybe a navigation like this, and so on. So that's easier for me to speak with a designer. The cards themselves, these ones or the other deck that they have created, will be much better for a client because they can project and see something that is familiar without really being familiar that much. You recognize that these are things that exist, but they don't recognize what they are entirely. They just have like a bit of an understanding. So these are the ones that I have, with a bit more details, like not just the finished pages, but yeah, they just make things so much faster, specifically for the clients. Like that's the goal, and you can get something that is non-representative like this, or you can get something that is more representative like this, which is the same exact cards. It's just you flip them, and yeah. The way of building products and doing UX change. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it has changed. I'm gonna go back there. I don't think it has changed overall. I think it has changed. It changed for me. I think it changed for the people that have been doing it for a long time. We have seen the evolution of stuff, but we also have seen how we can take new tech into consideration because we have the understanding of other stuff. So, I mean, the best example has been me creating an app and a dev creating an app. When you just compare both, like the dev created app and the designer created app, this one is functional and it works, but it looks like shit. This one looks good, but it doesn't work. Usually that's what was the case, right? Because we only used Figma, so it looks really good, but you can't do anything with it. And so now that I have the ability to be in the middle and do something that looks really good and works, not fully works, but works really good, this side of making it look good in the first place just becomes useless. And I'm just making it as functional as I can. But because of my sense of design and my understanding of how things should be, layout should be placed, all that, I'm ending up in a place that is functional and good looking, which is right in the middle, without having to think too much. So my personal workflow has changed. I had like an interview some days ago, last week, 2 weeks ago, I forgot. Been a while, where they had like an at-home assignment type of thing, and in that ask, they were talking about something, and in my first instinct to figure out what would be the best option, I had a bit of an idea. I looked at what exists, what is missing from the existing tools, and then instead of going in Figma and trying to build something, I went in Cursor and I built something. And I built something in 25 minutes using like Cursor directly, like basically one shot. And I was done. I had the thing coded and working in 25 minutes. And then I just had to go through potentially polishing the design to make sure that it was better or align with that specific client's point of view or colors or things. But again, something that would have taken me probably like 2 days of Figma design and then sending it to the devs, and then the dev figure it out, and then they ask me for a thing that they don't know exactly how it should work, and so on. You know, I think it's used Tailwind, yeah. I don't know, to be honest. I just asked. Let me see if I can just take it out. I think I did that in tutorials. Yeah, no. Murmur, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. I just said exactly what I had in mind. So the thing is, the concept was really simple. They had a problem, and their problem could be easily fixed with an ingestion hub. Again, this is coming from experience from past project that was similar, and from the at-home assignments, they basically described something that I had done in the past. So I already had like knowledge of how to fix this thing. On top of that, I was like, well, because this company specifically wants to use AI for their day-to-day activities, I'm going to have a layer of AI ingestion on top of it, but it's not necessarily going to work in the prototype that I'm building right now, just because, you know, it's just a mock-up prototype, something that people can click and type and do things and see if it works. So I just said we need an ingestion layer that will take sources from emails. I think I said CSV, Slack messages, and other webhook if available. And then an input field to ensure that who is creating them, and then a button to enter. And basically it created this very, very simple 3 entry points. So you had like a segment control at the top with your 3 entries. And then when you select something that is like an email, for example, you just add the email address underneath and then you press enter and you're done. And if it's a Slack thing, you add the Slack channel, so hashtag something, then you press enter and you're done. And that's the ease of use. It's really, really simple. It's something, again, that's the reason why it took me 25 minutes, because it's nothing. And yeah, it's just because I know how to describe it in a way. But yeah, I didn't show them that. I didn't show them that because I think the role specifically with that company was more design than tech. And so I went into the presenting my thinking and how I came to the decision of going with the ingestion layer and something, rather than going into this is what I did and that's it. Because the system and the thinking is kind of different. I could have. Maybe that would have been like a decisive factor for them to say, oh, well, that person has said that. And yeah, also, Chris, your messages are not popping in chat. Just so that at least my messages are not popping in chat as well. Cool, that's a me thing. Don't worry about it. It's interesting. Interesting. Let me refresh this. Yeah. Oh, no messages popping in chat? That's crazy. That's crazy. The chat worked for 2 seconds. And now it's dead. And now it works. God damn it. Thank you, Kenna, testing it out. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, that system, that way of thinking, at least for me, and going into building an option or building a prototype that is like coded, even though it's just a front end, is way more interesting to me because I have the knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge, it makes no sense. But if you do have the knowledge, going back to the wireframe thing, and you understand how to do like layouts, and you already have some sort of an idea of the layout that you want to have, it's gonna be like really simple. You explain it, you figure out a prototype in 2 seconds, and then once you have it, you can just make it evolve. Like right now, I'm trying to build something and it doesn't work, you know? It's the usual thing. And it's not that it doesn't work in terms of layout, it doesn't work in terms of tech because I don't have the understanding. And therefore, when I'm prompting the AI to do something, it needs to pull information from too many places, and therefore it loses context, and at the end it just breaks. It just needs to be like a bit more tailored and targeted, I would say. Yeah, I'm looking for a very specific point that I forgot the name of the person, and that's why I can't find it. But it's been like a month. So that's gonna not be easiest to find. Well, there is a difference in between caring and not caring from companies. Like that company specifically, during some of the first interview, they said something along the line of me having the understanding and the already almost daily use of AI assisted work is a positive for them. Not necessarily saying that it's like a good thing, but just saying that it might be a positive for them because I have like a greater understanding than than the rest of the candidates, or potentially the rest of the employees that don't really have that. Are you the only one pops on chat? That's crazy. But yeah, it depends on it depends on the company or on the company based on your first question. Your second question of how do you face challenges? I have other tools. Like I'm not just using AI. I'm not like a vibe coder that doesn't really know. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing in code, but I can still find a solution somewhere else. Just found the thing that I was looking for. Powell, which I had Pablo in my head, which is not good. Pavel, I don't know how to pronounce the W specifically, said that they basically in like 30 minutes, they came up with a ton of different layouts to ensure that the one that they wanted to go with is the right one for the website that they want to build. So that took them 30 minutes to do the entire flow of thinking, or are we going to have like a block of text with a button underneath? Are we going to have 2 block of text with 3 links? Are we going to have like just 2 block of text and 3 links? Like I'm just picking on what I can see here. But that's a thing that could be potentially a bit more complex when you achieve or reach a point in like an app or product that is a bit more tricky than at layout. But also, like if I started with this, and that was my first instinct, and then later on I figured that it's not really the best option, maybe the fact that it has been made this way would mean I need to redo the entire thing in a secondary block in Framer to ensure that I achieve like this one, for example. That's something that I can't really know in advance, but yeah. Like that's the idea. The wireframes and the sketching could help. The fact that I can do that in my head, not saying that I'm better, right? It's just like how I work. It's easier for me to think about a layout in my head and then apply it directly inside of Figma or apply it directly inside of whatever tool I'm using. Makes sense. Again, in the app, it's not impossible to build, right? It works, but it took me a while to get where I am right now. But then when you look at it, most of it is pretty simple, right? Most of the layouts are just like cards and side-by-side contents, and you go in specific views, you may have like a bit of a carousel transition thingy. Overall, it is really simple. Like, layouts is just blocks and cards and stuff, so that makes a lot of sense. But maybe some of the things that are here might be a bit more complex to figure out and tricky, specifically the thing at the bottom. But the reason why I could do it is because I know how to make it inside of Figma, for example. Like, I know how to make it inside of Sketch. I know how it could be made in the different tools. And therefore, if I can, with AI Assistant, if I can poke through it and explain what I want to achieve, it will have a easier time, I would say, to achieve that thing specifically, because it just makes sense to my design brain. Therefore, I have the layout explained properly, and therefore, because of that proper explanation, it's easier to create or recreate inside of code. Again, that navigation at the bottom right there, 3 weeks, roughly 2.5 weeks to make it work. Not in Figma. Figma took me 5 minutes. In the code, it took me 3 weeks. 3 weeks. But we have it now, and it's neat. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that, because I have the understanding and because I have the past knowledge that gave me the understanding, I now is faster, I would say. I mean, you've seen what I've talked about in the past. You've seen that what I've done. No, what I've done. This is the file, not this. This is the file, and this is how far I went in Figma. I knew that I needed to have like a grid of things. I kind of knew that I needed like a component. So I made the component with its different stages, and I knew that I wanted like a curved tab bar at the bottom. So I did the curved tab bar at the bottom. And that's it. I think I did this on top just to see like if I could have a better view of the content. But yeah, the rest of this mess right here is just me recording the entire video of how the thing is working to show like, oh, when we click on something, the selector is moving out of the way, and then it grows back from the other side to then go to where it's supposed to go and then lock in place. And then when we go from here and we go to the next one, it does the exact same thing. It goes back to the prior outer ridge to then go back to click this. And so I had to go like frame by frame basically to showcase that thing to the AI assistant and say, well, we have a bit of an issue here in the way it's transitioning from point A to point B. Because I explained that instead of having the thing going from 0 to where it's supposed to be from where it's currently at to where it's supposed to be, that explanation kind of worked and make it work in the long term. And now it's working in the app. But yeah, most of the thing that I have here are just, this one is the best explanation that I have. Like the output that was designed by the AI was this, and it's shit. And I said, I need this instead. No design, no thing, no whatever. Just I said, this is what I need. Figure it out. It's supposed to be here. So the check answer is supposed to be here. The question content is supposed to be here. The question is going to be at the top and kind of sticky at the top, and the progress bar is supposed to be like sticky here. Cool. And then figured it out. And then I had to go through like Xcode and change some stuff here and there. Welcome back, still. But yeah, like most of these, again, have been like not guesswork, but like doing something and saying, well, this is okay, but this is not exactly what we want. Maybe we want something like this. Like these ones, I had to do some research in terms of Figma exploration to make sure that I have something that makes sense. And then when I realized that this for the 1000 would give me 40 dots, there was like 40 lessons in total. Much. And then I had this idea which was really cool, but it didn't work. It's really cool. And at the end of the day, we just ended up with something that looked similar, but wasn't exactly what we wanted. So I moved to something that is really, really much easier. Ollie, hi, welcome on in. How's you? How's everything? I mean, same as before. So yeah, so all of that is like, again, because I know, you know, it helps. Like figuring out these ones, same thing. Like I had two IDs, two options. I still haven't done this. This is like an existing streak from someone else, and I was like, yeah, this is a pretty cool content ID. It's not exactly what I need to have, but I just keep it for safekeeping right here. You know, going through things. Yeah. Forgot what I wrote here. But I'm pretty good, Molly. I'm pretty good. Also, congrats on moving house. Congrats on moving house. If it's a better house. I don't know. It's just a flat. But I get it. I get it. It happens. But yeah, it's, you know, overall, like most of my design abilities kind of is now just simply going through, what did I do here? Oh yeah. Simply going through simple layout and just saying, well, like, you know, like for example here, I need to have this. Stony, you didn't listen to what I said on Friday at all. At all. Oh, I see. Impressive. Congrats. And no, Kane, I don't know what EnderNote is. Uh, I had a full 5 minutes on JSAB being free. Oh, and you're joking? So sad. So sad. Would have been great though. Yeah, it would have been great. But yeah, like for example, I did this. I knew that I wanted the Joker to be here, and then I just created the anatomy things, and send that, and then we figured it out, and it works. And now we don't have much more stuff in there. Details, details. Yeah. Oh yeah. I am not in series, to be honest. Right this instant, I have no knowledge of what is popular, what is not popular, what has been good, not good, what came out in the past months. I have no clue. I haven't watched a new TV show since TV show, not anime. Good question. I feel like the last one was Loki. Yeah, maybe another one of the Marvels. But yeah, it's been a while since I just haven't touched anything. Um, I haven't watched Agatha, for example. I forgot if the Krill was before or after Loki in terms of when they came out, Marvel related. But yeah, no, I don't think I have watched anything in a long time. God, that's a weird thing. Yeah, no, that's not. Bitch, get out. Me? Yeah, no, Shogun was the last one. Shogun was the last TV shows that I watched. Um, and yeah. Also, sequel like this sounds like a MySQL thing. SQL, MySQL, MySQL, you know, that. Uh, the website is kind of shit though. It's either me, or yeah, it's probably me. Good, that's yes. I don't know. The one that I used to have, and then it kind of died, but it was pretty cool, had a connection with Cracked. So that's good. That's good. Cracked is the other one that I used to use, which basically give you the ability to plug in your Netflix account, plug in your whatever account, and then have anything basically linked automatically. So if you watch an episode and it's marked as watched on Netflix, it's also in the app. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I could. Are you the creator? And you might be. You could have been. But yeah. When I opened a new tab, you had it. Hey, I don't think that's an option. Like, I don't really have um, that. I mean, if it is in the shows and in the upcoming or in the explore section, which is where we basically were, um, I think, or movies or whatever, uh, that's probably where it was. But yeah, it's just weird on the. Oh, you basically saw TV time um, without being connected, right? Dang. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But no, never, never heard of it. Never seen any of them. Uh, but I mean, that's weird though. Uh, I see. I mean, from this, it seems really common. Not saying that the Argentinian uh, comic isn't the first thing, but having an alien invasion that wipes out a large portion of the population, and then there is like a toxic something in the air, a toxic snow, a toxic rain, a toxic whatever, um, is such a common trope in TV shows, like the hundreds, for example, kind of similar. Um, Not alien, kinda, not really, but yeah. So if it is good, then that's good. I mean, have you watched it? Have you watched it? Yes, watched. You know, the last one that I've seen was basically Shogun in terms of TV shows. The last one I've seen in terms of anime is much different. Much different values. This thing is just not loading anytime. Um, Last one was Solo Leveling Season 2, which was okay. Yeah. Uh, it's debatable. Bleach is really good. The last season is really good for me because I'm a Bleach person. And yeah, other than that, Kaiju number 8 is really good for me. Same thing, just because I like how it is. I may have watched it 5 times as well because I used it for Japanese learning. So, debatable. Windbreaker is really good as well for Japanese learning. And Shogun was really banned for Japanese learning because it's not the common day-to-day Japanese. But yeah. Um, yeah, I could. I don't know. There is something weird as well with like the languages that I have a good time with and the languages that I don't have a good time with when I'm watching something. So I'm not gonna watch in dubbed. That's never the case. Specifically for like TV shows. If the lips don't match, I can't. The lips needs to match, and uh, if the voice or the sounds of the language is working with me, that's good. But for example, dark, I couldn't. Um, really sad because it was said it was good, but the German was really not matching. There was like one TV show on Netflix from a like sci-fi where a lot of people from different places, I think it was a Korean TV show, but I forgot, from different places were inside of a spacecraft or space station, and there was Korean, German, I think Spanish, English spoken, which is really good in terms of representation. I really liked the fact that it was not um, the regular thing that they have, where they take actors and then they say that they are speaking Spanish, but you hear them in English. Just can't understand that. Like it feels like a dumb move, which is what I liked about Shogun, because it's just they speak Japanese when they speak Japanese, and they speak English when they are supposed to speak Portuguese. Um, but yeah, I think it would have been much better if it was like in Portuguese and Japanese, and then subtitled inside of English when necessary. But yeah, I mean, I get it. Nonetheless, same thing. Like Dark was really complicated for me, so I don't know. I might give it a try. You said L something. L E E. Give me the name again. Right there. Sorry, don't give me the name again. I got it. Cool. So it's added to my list. Therefore, I can just have access to it. And we have one season with 6 episodes so far. Good. Good. That's good to know. And yeah, I could try sequel, Oli, for sure. I don't know how good it is until I try it, so I might. It's just that I already have everything on here, so it seems kind of counterproductive to go there. But I get it. It's an option. It is an option. Good. Chris, to answer your question, yes, my current workflow basically changed from designing stuff to prompting with my knowledge, basically. So prompting a code assistant AI to build the thing that I have in my head directly, rather than design the thing and then send it to a dev. Like the whole concept of having like multiple people has been condensed into, if I need something that is extremely specific, I will design it in Figma, and then take a screenshot and show it to the AI assistant. If I need something that is like a simple regular layout, I'm gonna basically just prompt it properly in the first place. And if it's not proper, I'm gonna tweak it here and there. But for example, I don't know if I have here, let's do that. Right here, like I think my setting view, for example, if it works, again, this is gonna be a bit more long because it's Xcode, and Xcode takes days to load the content for no reason. I mean, no reasons, but no reasons. Days, months, decades. Right, this is the default view, I would say, right here. And so let's say you are looking at the layout that is here, and you know that you have your iCloud sync that is somewhere, which is right here, like my section header is here. That makes sense. It's put in place. We good. These are lists. So all of these are iOS based layouts. I think this is the only thing that is not iOS based, and that feels kind of weird. So maybe in here there might be something that makes more sense for me to go in and say, instead of having that much space, I can go in there and select like that selector or that icon or something. Obviously, when I'm trying to showcase the thing that I'm talking about, it doesn't work. I could go in there specifically in other pages and click on the element that is necessary to be changed and then go and change that. So that for me is what I can do from here. Like let's say that I have the understanding of where things are supposed to be and which one it's supposed to be at. Bitch. Bye. Like, for example, I don't know, I'm going to say something that is really wrong, but let's say that this, instead of being the filled version, it's supposed to be the wired version. So I'm just going to change this here, remove like that fill option, and it's going to change the icon immediately because I know which one it's supposed to be. But right here, I'm doing that really loosely. That's basically it. Like if I need to change something in terms of the design of it and how it's supposed to be used, I'm gonna do that through here because it makes more sense. And that's because I picked up a bit of the code, Swift UI and how it works along the way of prompting that much. There are things that just make no sense. There are things that just, like, this confirmation message, for example, that is supposed to be like a very specific design or something, like the enabling iCloud, whatever, is too small or it needs to be changed, it needs to be something different, and, you know, like, different type of text, different types of design overall. Like the font right here could be changed, the foreground color could be changed as well, and so on. That would help, at least from my point of view, to change. And if I ask the AI to change that for me, based on how it has worked in the past, it's probably gonna change that for me, plus 16 other things on the page that it thought was a good idea to change, which is not good. So for visual, or yeah, visual related stuff, I'm gonna change that manually. For structure related stuff, I'm probably gonna use that differently, like a very alternative way of doing it. Yeah, most of my stuff is in here. Like right now, the thing that I need to do is change that thing setting, specifically the view itself, to display thing that we have on another branch. And yeah. Oh, by the way, Stony, you would be proud of me. I use branches. Finally, I finally made branches, and we are on a new branch to add the sync functionality. And if I need to change something for the current users, I can go in the no sync version and just do a bit of a change, push a new version, then go back and play on adding the sync functionality to the app. Not the best, but you know, it works. So it's something. But yeah, that's the flow right now. Most of the thing, again, most of the design that I'm coming up with are, if it's something that can be created and built in code, it's gonna go through one of the options. The best representation and the best option that we had was this one, where basically, we chatted about that with Denny at some point, which right now is in Canada, so that's gonna happen now. But he needed something to um, track time for clients and all that. And so what I basically did was go in here, ask Claude to say, um, or to create an artifact to help me track my time and basically track the expenses or like how much it would cost a client for the amount of time that I played with. And so I used that here. I prompted it on stream. I don't think I have access to the whole chat here because it's been um, too long. But yeah, no, that's not um, invoices. Yeah, dang. This one basically, um, in like no time, we had this built. It's not good looking, right? It's not what we want, but if you just look at it, you can define, you need an invoice. The invoice is going to have the name of the invoice. You have the date of the invoice. You have who you are sending it to, the client names. You know that you did logo design for that client, and you did maybe a brand identity as well. You wanted to have like some illustration for the thing, and these are going to be added in there. Maybe you had like two logos. Or whatever, but you said that for the logo itself, you worked like, I don't know, 12 hours on this. For the brand identity, you probably have worked like, I don't know, 32 hours. And for the illustration, you may have spent 12 hours on that. And you have your invoice basically done. This is an artifact through Claude that was made on stream in like basically 4 clicks. I mean, not really, but kinda. Like I did that, and then I added like a bit of a specificity in there. But that, like that's it. So having that, again, to me, going back to the initial discussion, the reason why we're talking about this is way more powerful than a wireframes. If I gave you wireframe in Figma, and you asked me to create like a freelancer tool, I would have shown you what we have in the beginning for sure, but it's just, it doesn't give you anything. You don't know what you can do. But then if I send you this, you can see that, for example, here, adding these, you don't really see that it's added to the invoice. So that's really bad. The thing that would be good, at least from my point of view, would be to have like this whole thing, and then the invoice on the right side or the left side of the screen so that you can just see what's added automatically when you add stuff. So right, if I add something here, just pop there. That makes sense. But like I have my first stuff, and that makes way more sense. So now I can just prompt it to be better, or if I know how to do it, I can just go in the code and then change that. I can extract this whole thing in one go. So like that's the way that the flow of stuff works, at least for me, right now. And it's using Tailwind for most of the things just because it's easier, and it ensures that the design of it is pretty good for the time that is spent on creating this thing. So yeah, overall, that's the new flow, which again, based on your initial question, previous question, it might have been a good thing from my like meeting that I had to talk about the fact that I did that for the at-home assignment that they had. So that I basically created something, and then the only thing that needed to be done is the backend to plug with the rest of the apps. But I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, like that's the regular current flow, at least for me. It's just it's way faster, and the fact that I can, after that being done, go in and say, we need to change the font style, we need to change these things, like anything that is front end related in terms of code, I'm kind of okay with it on my own. Like, not saying that I'm good at it, but I'm okay with it. Like I can do it if necessary. But yeah, I'd say that's the main point. Yeah. Tony, did you work on a bit more um landing page content that we talked about? Or not yet. Also, I just saw that. This is the in-person thing. And that's the whole plan. So the only thing that we could potentially take a look at is the opening keynote. Oh, how much I hate this. Look at how it's not. I mean, I get it, you have time blocking, but also. Oh. This look busy as fuck as well. I like that though. I like that. I like these shapes. I like them. You worked on this. You worked on the stack. I see. I see. Yeah, I don't know about that. I really have a hard time with rendering what you're trying to achieve in terms of product and the landing page itself. I don't know exactly how to render the content of that landing page in a way that convey what you want to have in terms of product, like having the open source, not open source, and like having the content in there. It needs to also be in. Yeah, I mean, it is for the hosting and the API. I get that, but it's also really useful for the user to know that this is the documentation that they need to access if they want to have like more information, or if they want to self-host, or so on. There is a need. Something. Yeah, but if it's available, it's for everyone. The thing, like, I mean, if you do that, that means I can basically do that and just have your entire code base and personally take a look and see if I can do all of these, make it make sense, you know. Nonetheless, holy shit. I'm dying already. That's crazy. If that makes sense to you and it works and it helps you, good. Thing to say. Nothing to say on this one. It's just, if it just works, it works. You know. Nonetheless, going back to what I was saying, I don't know how to present the content that you want to have contented here. So, find it debatable. Find it debatable. Did we do that? Oh shit. Ugh. I don't think the download page is that complex. Bed right now, that's crazy. I think the one that we had on Flex was pretty neat. But, you know. I think we don't need much, to be honest. I think we just need a way to navigate through the options that you currently have, and technically speaking, you should pre-select based on device. Like, I know you can do that. Not saying I know you can do that as a. I know you can do that. I know you can do that as a. It happens many times on, for example, if I go onto a specific app website and they detect that I'm on an iPhone, they will say, go on the App Store. And if I'm on my Android phone, it's going to say, download on Play Store, rather than having like multiple options. But I feel like you should have something similar. If you detect that the user is on a Mac OS, you just display the thing that they can do for Mac OS plus looking for something else, you know. I think yeah, like it's, I don't know if this is filtered by default on Mac, but I don't think it is. I think when I'm on my PC and I open that specific page, bump this first, but it still gives me the ability to like navigate between the two. Yeah. I guess I would do something similar. Yeah, it is automatic. So I think I would have something like this, potentially having like a header option that shows you the app that you're about to download and then the option you want. Probably with like Mac, Windows, apps. That's weird. Linux. You know why? I don't know. I don't know if I would have the platforms. I think the only one that would benefit from having the platforms and the thing that you want to have is the Linux version. Because the Windows version, you just have the Windows installer. The macOS, you just have the macOS installer. And to me, it makes no sense to show you like that you can download the Mac app when you're on your phone. The fact that you can have access to the app through the landing page by simply saying these are the apps that we have, and if you click on like Android, you have like a QR code or something, that makes sense. But the other way around makes no sense to me. Like I would not download the zip file on my phone to then transfer it to my computer. Does that make sense? Am I the only one with that? What we do that, yeah. Oh, fine. I was that. I agree. It was that loud. That was tad loud. Um, yeah, I would. I would probably do that. One of these would be pretty good. Abstract, that gives you some ideas of what you're about to download, but it's not like multiple, so that's the thing. I don't know. Also, I'm not, I know that might look like it. I'm not saying we will have exactly this. I'm trying to see if we have like a block that already exists that can be used to go faster. Otherwise, I go from scratch. But that's gonna be faster. Also, can you give me the list of the things? I might. Yeah, that makes sense. If it's automatic already, that makes sense. Can I force the other versions without opening the console? Can I slash Linux or hashtag Linux in the URL to get the thing? Or no? I don't think so. Cool. Yeah, no. No. I'm doing it. And I can open it on the PC as well. It's an option. Yep. Nope. I see. That's a good point. Yes, fair point as well. No, that doesn't work. I'm making the design in my head right now, so I know it's not that. Uh, Interesting. uh, Let me see if Dribble has all the options, or the references. Drink! Think. Yeah. Download tool page is kind of weird. Hmm. Interesting. This download page is going to be really weird because it's not necessarily what we need. This is basically what I had in mind, so that's not good. If I thought about it this way, that means that it's already too defined. If I do multi-platform, I don't think I want multi-platform, personally speaking. I think I want uni-platform with the ability to change platform if necessary. But most of the time, it's not going to be the case. Like, again, there is like such a little, a little sliver of people that would download something on their Mac to install them or install it on their PC, or downloading something from their Linux machine because they are currently on their Linux machine to install it on their PC. But that probably is going to be a limited sliver of options. It's still going to be feasible, but not the obvious way. Like, it's not, here is the Windows thing, here is the Mac thing, here is the Linux thing. You know, that makes no sense to me. The only thing that I'm unsure about is the mobile app. Something about it. I kind of want to. Okay. Oh shit. What can the user download? What can the user download is what I need. I need a list of names so that I know how many options I have. I know that for Linux you have distribs, right? So yeah, UI client means nothing to me. I mean, to me, the UI client is not necessarily downloadable. Or what you call the UI client. Hmm. Again. Yeah, no, I know that. I know that, but I think the download should probably get both. I mean, because basically download the app or download the server in my in my brain. For most people, it's going to be that as well. They don't make a difference between client. My client is kind of weird. Very dev. Um, yeah. Basically, it's this. It's just basically that you have like get the server and the app, get the app only, and then you select the platform, and the platform is pre-selected. Because again, the server plus app only, mobile version, weird to me. Like that's something that just feels out of place. By nothing, to be honest, but just there, just out of place by like a smidge. You know. You're probably gonna have. I wouldn't personally, but you know. Yeah, but you wouldn't have that. That's. I mean, it makes sense to me. Don't worry about it. Like if I have 3, if I just do this, wait. 108, I said. Let's do 6488. If we say, like server app, right, has 2 options, and then mobile. If you click on this, it downloads the app as well, and it's pre-packaged. If you are on your phone, it would showcase the mobile app option. But that's, I mean, that's the thing that is making no sense to me. Like it's the same thing as having a download button on a flyer. If I'm on my computer and you give me the option to download the mobile version of the app, it just doesn't work because I won't be able to use it. Whereas if you just give me server and app, server download both, and app download just the client, that makes more sense. And then if you're on your TV, you have the option to get the TV, or basically it's just app that is presented. And if you're on your phone, you just have the app that is presented, which will download the version that is appropriate for your device. So that, in my head, would simplify the view a lot to make sure that, like, you know, like you have one block for server plus app and one block for app only. The thing is, if you're on mobile, you only have the apps. There is nothing else to display, and if you're on TV, there is nothing else to do. Yeah, at least I mean, what I'm saying is this is what I would have to see first, and then under this, I might give the user like all the other options, but it feels wrong. Like it needs to not be the first thing, right? So would probably put it here, to be honest. There's two options. So again, because I don't have the content, that's really harder for me to figure out what needs to happen, which one is going to be good, not good. Doing this is wrong. Let's say that now. I feel like I would do that. I feel like in terms of layout, right? I'm still just on the layout side. Feel like that would make sense, and then underneath you would have like another option with like something like the plans could potentially work in terms of how it's built, because it's similar, or something like the features. If we have a section for features that is more for natural, regular feature blocks, which apparently we don't, not there. I guess something like this. Would work. Why though? That would be my question. You know what? That's not a bad point. I mean, I can't. Wasn't really arguing about it, but I can't really. Um, sorry, just yeah. Interesting. You mean the music? Yeah, I don't know. Probably reached the Christmas themed things for some reasons. I probably know the reasons, to be honest. This is too tight. That's what she said. Um, I don't think I don't think I make a difference in between the two. That's the issue that I have. To me, the server is the server, and it's also the app at the same time. But the like, I'm probably wrong based on what you're saying. That's basically where I stand. I would say, from my point of view, I download one app, and if it's the server, then it is the server, and that it has the UI that needs to go with the server. And then if the app is just the app, is just I mean, like, it's basically based on my role. Do I have access to the admin related stuff, which is the server, or no? And that's about it. Like, that's how I see it. And apparently I'm wrong. The fact that the server has no UI makes no sense to me. I'm gonna take Plex as an example again. If I'm downloading Plex, I'm downloading the app server thing, which has a UI to put it in place. And then when that is done, I can open it to get something else. So, yeah. But they're off. Yes. Um, basically, yes. But the thing is that the backend needs to be set up in a way. So That's the thing. It's weird. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe I'm oversimplifying it for you and for the user that you have as your target audience. Again, you tell me. For me, I would just have download everything, and then when I launched the UI client, as you call it, for the first time, it just asked me, do you want to set up a new server or do you want to connect to an existing one? That's it. So it has everything that it needs to do, as you said, because the server is an API API server. It's in there, it's in the package, but it's just, do I want to set up something new and therefore this is going to be my machine for the server itself? Or do I want to just connect to something that already exists and therefore this is like a machine to receive from the server? I feel like this is easier on the user and easier on yourself, easier on any type of users. But again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That there is an option as well. It just seems faster to say download the thing, and then when you launch it, you decide what you want to do. And if it's like server setup, server setup. If it's not, it's not. I don't care, but you just have like one button. Like that's the thing. And for example, if we know that the user downloaded from the Mac, like download the thing that is related to the Mac, cool. If they download it on their phone, they can't really run the server from their phone, I think. Maybe. That could be fun. I mean, if that's the case, it's gonna be like the same thing. Could be the same thing. It's like setting it up on the machine that it's currently installed in. Feels like an option. I don't know. I'm gonna pee though. 1 second.
It's muscle time!
That's true. That is true. I forgot to press that button. That button was useful. Was useful. 100%. Pro streamer. 100%. I changed the theme, and now I forgot everything. So, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? Is it going to be like a and everything is organized in one download, or do you really want or need to split them? That's basically the question that I have. Like, if it needs to be splitted, then why not? If it doesn't, and the server is lightweight enough to be integrated in the main package, um, I know I'm saying this the other way. I'm saying, uh, can you make it so that it download everything anyways, and it launch the UI? I mean, you need to launch the UI to be able to install the server, right? Or am I like absolutely wrong? I don't know what we're talking about. Like, you could use CLI to install the server, but I feel like the server installs itself. I have questions. It doesn't feel like a good idea. Not gonna lie. It doesn't feel like a good idea. It feels like, uh, yeah, but it runs how? Where? Do you define where it's installed? Do you define the name? Do you define the location? Like, I don't know. I again, probably because I don't know. I feel like I would need to know where I installed the thing, how much drive space it's gonna take, all that. So basically, if I download it, it's gonna install itself in the download folder until I move it out. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm trying to judge, I'd say, um, how much of a Mac OS bias I have compared to the Windows bias. When I install stuff from Windows, I'm expecting most of the time to go from my download folder, double clicking on it, and getting like a wizard that asks me where I want the thing to be installed, which is by default program files, pre-selected, but then I can still move that around. And then on Mac, I'm getting a DMG file that is like opened and that says drag this app to your library to install it, basically. That's the first one, and the other one is the package option, which is probably what you have. Which, same thing, when I double click on it, it asks me where I want to place it. So based on that fact, the fact that both of my experiences on the PC and on the Mac, when I'm installing something new, even if it's like a portable app, I still have that same experience of at least defining where it's going to be installed. That's the thing. We don't have much portable though, to be to be honest. Like macOS is basically this, where if I install like a new app is gonna be here. If it doesn't, I'm getting one of these, right? DMG. The DMG are gonna give me like a virtual drive for a second. Otherwise, I'm getting like a package, which is one of these. And this is basically the wizards. Like the package is wizards on Windows, or we install wizards on Windows. So, yeah. That's the thing. But yeah, the DMGs thing. Let me just open one so that right. That's basically what happens. I'm getting Steam, and then where it's supposed to go. And the other two folders are not supposed to be visible, but that's because I have them enabled. But yeah, like from here, this is like a no permission needed. If I just double click on this, it will launch Steam. But the usual action is to move it to the application folder. That's what I would not recommend, but like say you should have at a minimum. For Mac. If it's just there, that's fine as well. But yeah. And then the package on. Oh, I don't want to open. Oh, it's fine. It's just a package. The package though is this. It's giving me the wizards. That's giving me everything that I need to have in order to install the thing, including the destination, which is what is not most important, but kind of most important, at least from me. You just have like where it's going to be, what is the type, what happened, all that. But yeah, no, I think I have that already. I think you made me download it once or twice already. It's just not there. I haven't installed it, but you gave me that link that basically downloaded the thing right there, and it did that before, and it was somewhere in there, but now apparently it's not there. Thing though. But yeah, like that's good ish as a minimum. And for me, the server should be the same thing. That's the thing that I probably don't understand, right? That's debatable. I mean, right now I don't know. Right now it's just an app, and it doesn't work. Damaged. It is. It didn't work. What? Yeah, you won't have access to that as well, so that's a debate. Also, this one, really? That tight? Yeah. You have a signing issue. You have signing issues. Apparently to make sure that this is working. Yeah. Exactly. But this is mostly like I would say this is mostly a security thing. Let me see if I can still attempt. Because, you know, wrong key. That was weird. I can't. No, I can't. That's what I just checked. I don't think we call binary the same thing. I think that's where we are right now again. Like your executable that is inside of the package is not executable at all. It's damaged inside as well as outside, and the DMG is basically just a container. So yeah, the DMG, which if that's what you call the binary, fine. But this is the same because of how this works. Basically, double clicking on this thing trigger the binary inside, and your signing is different than your signing here. So yeah, this is the outside. This is the package itself, and then this is the content of the package, and the macOS is the binary executable, Unix executable that is right there. And this thing has issues in terms of what it is, and I can't even run it through like a text editor or something to see its content. Like it just doesn't want to. So there is an issue with that for sure, which is sad. It shouldn't. But yeah. There is no tar.gz. G's? No tar. We only have the background here and the volumetric icon. We don't have a tar option. You haven't sent it? Nonetheless, it's going to be the same. Like the one this one is the same thing. That's just a zip. It will probably open the app itself, which is giving me the same thing. And yeah, same issue. Same issue. Well, same stuff. Same stuff. I don't think that's an Apple issue. I think that's a signing issue, which makes sense. Like if you haven't signed the app properly, it makes sense. But yeah, get it though. Yes. Basically, signing to ensure that it's available is going to cost you $100 per year until the end of time. Which is why you basically, if you want to be an Apple developer, you want to make an app that makes money in a way to at least cover the cost of signing the platform. Which I know is annoying. But yeah. But yeah, these two are not working for the same reason. That doesn't change the fact that my initial point remains. Is it impossible from your point of view to do what I said of downloading both at the same time? Whenever. Like specifically if the server is something that installs itself. I mean, first of all, if it installs itself, I'm kind of happy about it, but triggered by the users. And the users say, I want to install the server, blah, blah, blah. Like just having like one zip or one file, one thing that is downloaded would make more sense. It remove confusions. Like your install is just, or your download point is, I'm currently on operating system, and therefore I have like one download point. The only one that will be tricky and annoying is going to be Linux because of all of the scripts, as always, but that's fine. It's like a secondary drop down. And if you don't have the server, you download the server. Yes, and that's basically what I'm saying. Like, you download the thing, the same thing that you shared earlier, which is probably already open. 1 second. God damn it. This. Here, I would have server, like run a server as an app, as a button that I can double click and be good, and or join a server or set up a server, something like this is the client, the app as you call it, that needs to be there to manage. And so I would just have to like set up my server and or install my server and access my server. I don't know how you want to call them, but like having these 3 options in there, knowing that this one is going into the application folder, and if you know that you are like somewhere that doesn't need that, then that's it. Like it's not needed. But I don't know. It's there is something about it that makes less sense. I'm gonna go back to the Elgato downloads because it's okay. Basically, what I'm seeing here is the equivalent of. Well, we don't have this here. I think on Windows we do have this. The equivalent of this, basically a dual button or a 2-option download and drivers. Like that's basically what I see in on your side, which makes sense, right? You want to install the server, and therefore it's the thing that is underneath that needs to be like that's the foundation. It needs to be there. Then you have the downloads to download the visual, the app. And so you basically have the option to just say, well, I need something for this specific and then whatever. But that view is just it's just more confusing. I think that's the only thing that pushed me to push back. Right? You have clients, you have server and full repo. Right? That's the thing that you have. But to me, if you can have one download, like one single download, you want something for Mac, you click on the Mac icon, you have your download that downloads everything that you would need. If you don't need the server, you will just not open it. Like, it's the same thing as opening or downloading. I don't think if I not that. Yeah, I have an overlay that I bought, and I have to get started. I have to install. If I know that I don't need to install the fonts because I already have them, I'm not gonna reinstall them. No, because it's just gonna be server app. Like, do you need a server? Yes. Do you have a server? App. Like, it seems way easier. The thing that I'm saying is that if you all arrive here and you're like, what do I need to download right now? I don't know. Let me just download everything. And then I'm figuring it out later. Like, this is making more sense to me. But also, I have never had to download two things. Like, even Plex, as far as I remember, I don't remember needing to download multiple things. I may have downloaded the server, but at the end of the day, that's not what I basically used because I used the web version. I like this though. Not gonna lie, I feel like this is pretty simple overall. Like, as a view, like to say I need something that is downloadable, whatever. That makes sense. But then this is pretty weird to me. But yeah, this is what I wanted to do here with the not something else with like the options. You select your values and then you can select or download whatever. I think I see your point. I disagree with your point. And you disagree with my point because I don't think you see my point. No, wait. No. My main thing is if I download one file, let me just go through that. I download one file, which is what you call the app, the client. In the client, when I launch it for the first time, it's going to ask me to connect. and connect to a server, connect to my account, whatever. If I connect to my account and my account already is linked to another server, I can just click on it and get access to it. Cool. If it doesn't, it's going to require me to set up a server, and you can click on something that would launch the server install from the client. From my point of view, that would be good. There is no Zoom. Gothic, I'm sorry about that. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry. It worked for you, but it didn't work earlier. That's crazy. Yeah, it was broken earlier. It's still broken. But yeah, I understand that you need a server. Sorry, that we agree with that. It's just the how that makes no sense. Like the how makes no sense. So the flow that you have currently, specifically like this one as well, of I need to download the server. This is going to download the server and the app. But then if I just download the app, it's not going to download the server because I'm not supposed to have one. But I need this to work. I mean, I need a server to run this, and I need this to run the install. So therefore, these two are together. I think that's the issue that I have. Like you can access the server through just the UI, yes. But in order to get the UI to work, you need to have access to a server. And if you are new, you don't have a server yet. And so I don't want you as a user to just download the app because you don't really know that you need a server in the first place. And then when you have the app on your computer, it asks you, which server do you want to connect to? And you need to go back to the website to download the server, which will re-download the app. And then you need to install the server where it needs to go. There is like a bit of a flow that makes no sense. Whereas if you bundle these two together forever, whichever it is, you basically have the option to say, I need the server. It downloads the app as well. Therefore, you install the server and then you install the app, or you launch the app. Cool. But if I download just the app and I launch it, it asks me I need a server, then I need to go back to the website to download the server. So that's why I want to combine both of them, so that because you can launch the app without having a server installed, but launch or install a server from the app, at least from my point of view, you would mitigate what I'm having an issue in terms of user flow for specific users, not power users. Yeah, but you don't know that. Like that's the thing. Let's say I don't have a server. I don't have a server right now. I mean, I do, but I don't have a server. I download this. I would prefer if, like, if I launch the app because I don't have a server and I have the client, I would prefer the client to say, oh, you don't have a server, let's download it. And it download it from the client. It makes more sense. Why is it bad? Explain it to me. Because right now, have a good rest of your day. I understand your point as well. I mean, it makes sense. I don't see how it's not viable based on the bundle size. Like, You basically download the app if you download the server. Why not just have one button? It's just combine these two. You need the server to run the app, from what you're saying. So, like if I'm downloading from the app, I'm getting the server as well because I will need it if I don't have one. And if I'm downloading the server, I will need the app to access it. Therefore, I'm downloading the app at the same time. So, it's dumb to split them. It makes no sense. No. I'm currently on Mac OS. Like that's the thing that I'm saying. I'm currently on Mac OS. If I click on that button, I'm getting this and this. That's it. If I'm currently on a PC and therefore I'm on Windows, click on like choose this trip or whatever, I'm downloading the server and the app. That's it. It doesn't add confusion, it removes confusion. That's the thing. It's just ensure that the user gets what it needs in any case. If it doesn't need the server, it's just use the app. If it needs the server, it needs the app. This is dumb. Like, this is a dumb move. Dang it. There's something that is not working in this system. At the end of the day, I don't give a shit because it's your app. But there's something that's not working. And the version of Jellyfin is even more confusing than anything. Because it's not pre-sorted. Like, clients should be sorted to what I can use, as in this is the one that I can use, basically. Server is supposed to be sorted in what I can use, which is going to be probably macOS if it's an option. You know, like I should be presetted to things. But yeah, like if server needs the app and the app needs a server to access whatever, I'm not saying that the server needs to be on the same machine, but you need to have a server. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you download the server, you basically download the app at the same time. If you download the app only. And if for some reason you didn't know that you needed a server because you haven't set it up, you need to go back here and then load the server, which will download the app again. That's all I'm saying. If you bundle, not really, but like have the thing that basically does server plus app every time for the operating system that you need, you ensure that every time, in any situation, a person that needed just the app will have just the app and use just the app and not use the server. A person that needs to install a server or create a new server and then run the server through the app would have everything. Like that's all I'm saying. This button, in my view, should be the only thing that is there, plus a selection for the operating system that it needs to be on. And the only time when this is not pressed is when the user is on Android or iOS, because they don't run servers from these machines. Therefore, that's it. So My main point here is you detect which platforms the user is, and it's just pre-selected, macOS, Linux, Windows. If it's Linux, when they click on download, it will say selected the strip, and you have your list, and that's it. And they have everything they need to run everything they need. Um, I mean, the PC on the living room would get both in terms of installation. I think my issue is also with your installs itself. That's kind of weak to me, but that probably is because of how you just phrased it, and that's not exactly what happens. You need to click on it anyways to make it install itself. But if it's installed itself automatically when you download something, that's no good. Well, you download it for your Linux, which runs in your closet, which basically means that you download the server itself and you have a client to access it and navigate through it through your Linux. And then you download it on your Windows PC, and that gives you the option to install a server there, which is useless, but you still have the app. And then on the TV, because we know that we can't run a server from the TV, there you just have the app on the option, which is for TV, Android, and iOS. And that's it. That's weird. Then, I mean, with what you just said, it's even less of a. It makes sense. Like, if your server that's running Linux doesn't have a screen nor a keyboard, um, this is useless. This downloading of the app is useless. Doesn't make any things. Doesn't work, and therefore you shouldn't have this bundled together. Like, you either download it for your servers, and therefore it needs to work, or you download the app and the app only, and it needs to work. Yeah, that's not true, but okay. There is something that is just not making any sense in terms of how the fuck do I get a server to run in your system? Like in what you have explained, there is no way for me to know what's my endpoint, where am I supposed to go, what account it's linked to, uh, which platform it is. Like, nothing in there makes sense. And the reason why I'm so specific about it is that you are a power user, yes. And you would understand what a fucking SSH is, what is the endpoint, what is a terminal command to install the server, right? You know how that works. Someone that doesn't can run Plex. They don't have to have this understanding of how things work. Click on the thing, it has a UI, it installs what it needs to go, it gives them exactly what they need to then access it later from the app. With what you are giving the user right now, someone that doesn't have the knowledge that you have is lost. And that's why I don't like it. Like, it's just the running the thing on the terminal isn't user-friendly at all. And I'm not saying we can make the terminal commands more friendly using, and you can still have something that is saying yes or no, or specify like a route or something. It's just not user-friendly at all. To me, again, in terms of installing something on my computer, I need a UI to ensure that I know where it's going. If I want to run it through the CLI, that's not an issue. Power user can do that. It'll be faster. But for non-power users, there is a need for something that is not CLI based. That's all I'm saying. So this, to me, needs a UI. Someone that doesn't know how a terminal works will not have the ability to install your thing. And I know that your target users is power users, but at the end of the day, if the regular user can't use it, and just the power user can use it, you are limited in a lot of things. Yes, but I'm not saying that every one of your users is going to use Linux. Like, I don't use Linux. I'm saying that this is a very good thing for power users, which is yourself. Anyone else, no clue. Download something, doesn't know what to do with it. That's all I'm saying. So if you want your app to potentially be used, it needs to be user-friendly. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, if it downloads the servers, it needs some sort of a UI. Even if it's as bad as the macOS version for the server, just you drag that and you drop it there. But then it needs to run something. Like, there is something that you don't understand because you have never built an app entirely and released it. Like, you are saying things that are contradicting each other. The servers install the UI on your Linux computer that doesn't have a screen nor a keyboard, which is what you said earlier. What's the point of installing the UI? There is no point. Like, it just makes no sense. It makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't give a shit. That would be the easiest thing to do. That's all I'm saying. And then if you want something else underneath to download the specifics from specifics, that's going to be the same thing. The one that you have on Plex is the best visual options. Your install is shit. That's all I'm saying. Like, right now, it just doesn't work. It can't work. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing. But Stony doesn't want to do that. I mean, you're very much saying things that are absolutely contradicting each other, which is not good. But I get it. I get it. You install something on your Linux PCs that doesn't have a screen, but you still have to type things. Anyways, server. And the user needs to connect, but it doesn't have a browser, but can't connect. Something doesn't work. I don't want to say that I don't understand what you're saying. I absolutely understand what you're saying, and I think it's a good idea for power users and people that know what they are doing. There is a disconnect in between what you're saying and what seems to be the case. No, that's not where my lack of knowledge is where the knowledge that I have gives me exactly what the users would have. The knowledge that I have about how Linux work, how the other thing works, how the installation would work, it's the same. It doesn't change. Like, there is something that just doesn't make sense in the install process that you are describing. It could work. I'm just saying that it's not good. Again, at the end of the day, I don't give a shit. But, you know. Yeah, I understand that. It doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference in whatever can be, whatever I'm talking about. But that's fine. I don't care. Yan, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? I have found something for you earlier today. 118. 118? 104. My bad. That would be what I would do. If you wanted to have, like, if you select Windows, then you have the option to download whatever, the server, the app, the whatever, underneath. But like your pre-selected would be here, potentially something on the side. And then your next selection underneath, if you want to have access to other things, would be there. That's what I would do. And bitch, I said the opposite. What in the? This is top at 0 and bottom at. What is happening here? Yeah, that makes no sense. Yeah, no, this has died, and I'm so sad about it because it was good. Why is this not working? Well, now it's working. Raphael, hi, welcome back. How have you been? How's everything? So yeah, I would do that, specifically the one that you have on here. If you have specifics, and the only difference that I said last time is if you're downloading a server and you're selecting Linux, or you have Linux as a base. If you click on download, which would be the button that is here, which I don't have access to, it drop down with the distrib that you have access to. That's it. Simplicity would always win on the landing page of a more complex. So if I land on this, which is pre-selecting my OS and having the button that give me the thing that I need, would be much better. And then this would be something different. I don't know what would be written here, but yeah. So for you, Raphael, not Raphael. Yeah. For you, I have found something earlier yesterday, which is an interesting tooltip slash hover animation thingy that I think could be interesting for you. Like it's cute, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like it would work for you specifically. So I saw that. I said that was for you. Yes, we have talked about that on Friday, and JSAP is now will free for everyone. I mean, for everyone. Yes, for everyone. Not really for fun. Stony needs a landing page. Typically needs like a download page, and we've been arguing about the concept of what happens after, because this makes no sense to me. Like it just makes no sense. The thing also you said, yeah, and you said, I would say do just list the download app and have a small subline for the server version. Yes. I mean, my initial thing would be having the app as a download point for everything. And then from the app, once you launch it and you figure out that you don't have a server, you can download and install the server from there directly. But that doesn't work with the system, apparently. That would make just so much more sense. Just you download the app, wherever the case. And then what do you need to do? You need to install a server, you install a server. Cool, done. And again, if you are like a power user, you would just do it through the CLI directly. You wouldn't even go through the website. So, every cases, download the app, and then from the app, do you need a server? Yes, install it, run it, define where it is, done, launch the app. Do you not need a server because you already have an account and you can connect to the thing? Click on the button, you connect it, you have access to your stuff. It's just so simple. To me, that's just the easiest option, but yeah. I don't know. Apparently, I'm lacking information in how to build apps. For Linux, yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, the flow that I have, which is very simple, is you download the app. So you would have, right, app download here. First you do this. Oh, damn it. And then from the app itself, you have a bit of a tree of decision, which is server, question mark? And then if it's server, yes, I have one, then connect. And then if it's no, I don't, basically. That makes sense to you. Then it's just install and then connect. That's all I'm saying. You download the app, and then the first question is, do you need a server? Do you not need a server? If you don't need a server, you just connect, and you're done. If you need a server, you install it, and then you connect, and then you're done. Like, dude, in my head, it is the most simplest thing you need. But I get it. I get it. I would just bundle the thing because it makes more sense. Bubble was pretty cool. It's just too simple. Uh, um, for some of the thing that I'm trying to do, or that I tried to do when I used it the first time. But it's been a while since I reused it. I mean, if you can connect, yeah, if you can connect, that implies that you already have a server that works. That's the thing. Like, if you have a server, you can connect. If you don't have a server, then you need to create a server. And for me, it would be either through CLI directly because you are running whatever, or through a UI that makes more sense for certain type of users, and then you're done. And then you're done. But yeah, that would be the easiest way. Like, you download the server, you download the app all the times, and then you have a choice in the beginning. It's yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. You should have a get your server button at the beginning when you launch things, like right there, like on your first thing. Like, oh, you have your server, you have a server, you don't have a server. Install one. Like, it's right there to me. It's just the first thing. You install the server, and then you define where it goes, and then you define its name, and you press enter, and it's install the thing where it's supposed to go. And you need to define where things are going to. I don't know why it seems so complicated to you, and you don't seem to understand my point, or at least you kind of understand it, but it just breaks stuff, which is fine. But yeah. No, I'm seeing if you already have a setup. Like, if you already have a server that has been set up. Like, it has been set up, then you select the server that you already have because you have been connected through your browser window. Like, I don't know. There's something that is either I'm not understanding, which is probable, or something that just you don't want to accept. But if I have a server and I can connect, and therefore I have access to my server. If I can connect, but I don't have a server, I need a server. And if none of this is an option, I need to create a server to be able to create an account to then be able to connect. In each of the cases, there is a need for a fucking server to be existing, and yeah. No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about installing the app to make sure that it runs on the computer that it is on. That's it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's basically what we're saying. Like, on here, having a download server, but also, yeah. I don't think it's a good idea. Might be good enough to do that, Like, download the app. Oh, you need a server? Download a server. No. There's just something that is weird in the flow that is defined by what Stony has said. If you download the server knows. And therefore, when you run it, it knows if you can connect or if you can just run it through CLI or whatever. That's fine. That's just how the system works, and I don't give a shit. But when you install the server, and it detects that you can get the UI basically because you have access to a browser or you have access to a specific server, whatever. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't care. It download the app for you so that you have a UI you then access, which is basically this. But then if you download this and you don't have a server, you need to come back here to get the server. It makes no sense. I just want one single endpoint, which is the install thing. It install the beginning, which is the app. It runs the app. If the app runs, it has a screen. If it doesn't has a screen, it installs just the server. And if it has a screen, but the user doesn't have a server, it propose install a server. Like, yeah, that's all I'm saying. I want a way to ensure that if I just downloaded the app, I can still install the server. If I just downloaded the server, I downloaded the app, or I can download the app, which is automatic from what Story said. Which basically, that automation that is like server download the app so that you have it needs to be retroactive or inverted if you just downloaded the app because you didn't know. And you are like a new user that is not a power user. I just want, oh, you downloaded the app, but you need the server, then install the server. That's all I'm saying. That is all I've been saying since the beginning. I just need a fucking button that says, I need a server, install it for me from the UI. That's all. That's all. And it will just run, download, install through the app. And therefore, if I just have one button here that download a file that knows what to do, which is your case already, you can have something that says, download the app. Oh, we don't have a server installed on this machine. Or something, I don't know. But like, here is the first install, which would be the wizards, for me, a pre-installed thing. Do you have a server? Yes. Connect, it's just the app. Do you not have a server? No. Create a server, connect, now it's the app. It just makes so much sense. But Stony doesn't want to listen to what I said. Or maybe I haven't explained it properly before. It's just the app can download the server will download the app. That's the most minimal I can say. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Nothing else. Nothing else. And therefore, that would minimize what is on here. Because you just have one button, download the app. For what? I'm on macOS, I'm downloading for macOS. I'm on Windows, I'm downloading for Windows. I'm on Linux, I'm downloading for which distrib. Here's the distrib that you need. That's it. Like that. As simple as it can be. Just one click. Click it, install, run. What do you need? Cool. We good. We got you. It works. Wow. Other than download, open the CLI, do something. I don't know. It's just as simple as it can be. But what do you need to do? Conversational. Anyways, in any cases, it doesn't change shit. This is your download page. I would say have the app first because it's the most important thing. Or if you want to have the server first, because for you it makes more sense, have the server first. If you think that most people are going to be there to download the foundation, which makes sense, do that. Just do server, app, good. And then if you need anything else for any other platforms, do that. The only thing that I would say is here in that array of options, I deliberately said Windows, Linux, Android, and iOS because I'm saying that these are pre-selected Mac because I'm on Mac. If I'm not on a Mac right here, and this is Windows, this one would be Mac OS, for example. You know, like the first one would be the opposite of the thing. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then here I would say the same thing, unless you have more. If you have more than 2 options of the download that can be made, then we need a 5th option to get like macOS for the 3rd thing. But that's not the case, and you just have server and app. Same thing, but just download the exe, download the whatever it is. I don't know. Each of these things. Linux is just weird. Just because of the Linux bitch that we have here with all the fucking options. I don't know how many you have and how many you want to have. That's the debatable point. I also saw earlier that the Windows one said something about distrib for the server. I don't know what that is about. If it's like specific, 32 and 64, but yeah. It's not. It depends. If you just have like 8 that are displayed, then we can potentially, when you click on Linux, you can have like an array of options that is pre-selected and not pre-selected, like visible. If it's 64, that's not an option. It's going to be a drop down. Like that's what I'm saying. So if it's like just 8, you can have just the icons because people specifically on Linux will recognize the icons. If not, then it needs to be a drop down. When you click on that, select your distrib, and then be good. Or distrib on this one, like on that button here. It's just the same thing, but yeah. I do like this one though. I do like this. I think it's a nice representation. The only thing that I'm not sure about, that's you need to tell me. TV is just Android, right? Or TV is all type of TVs that might not be Android TVs. Which I don't know if that exists. I don't know if that's an option. But you know, I like this. That makes sense of an option. Know that you something. That's so sad. Sorry, I'm designering here. This is some of the initial Google Play Store fonts for the buttons that used to exist. And now it's not the case. I like this one though. It's a cute ass one. Yeah. They don't have much though. Displayed at least. Also that, like the install and X, is basically what you're saying with your Linux machines, right? Because it doesn't have a screen, so you can install it there. That is a bit of a already more, I mean, probably not for Synology, but for most Linux docs and like flat server tray, I get it. It's just a thing, but again, these machines are like remote through, and then you can install something from your computer to the remoted version because you have access to it from your Windows PC or from whenever you are. In which case, that could go against what I said here of you can't really download the server from the Android and the iOS version. Because if you are on your Android phone and you download the server for your server, your tray, your NAS, your whatever, and you remote on it through your phone, and you install your server through your phone, why not? But still, I don't like it. But it's just, why not? Still don't like it. I don't know. This would be like manage, bitch, something, media or organized, maybe not, or something else. And the app would be view, Sorry, watch. Yeah. I guess. Bad, but I guess that's the initial option. Like starting for free is going to be pretty good. This is whatever the fuck you want it to be. Like, whatever. It doesn't fit. Yes. Again, as I said, this would be like the join the Discord type of situation if you really wanted to have that. I don't like this, but still an option, potential. Yeah. It's bad. Not gonna lie. It's bad. But it's simple enough. At least for a download page, I think it's simple enough. It works. Based on what you want to have. You would need, I think you would need like a system option, which obviously right now I can't. With that component, I can't do it. But having like a drop down on here would make more sense than a button. And potentially, again, from the icon, having the, like, that needs to be there. Good. Good. I would put the icon on the other side, but you know, design stuff. That icon is shit. God damn. Ugh. Ugh. You saw nothing. You don't know. You don't know. Yeah. Hey, these icons are just bad. Oh. Ugh. Oh. Sorry. I just saw that. It doesn't really matter though. Yeah, I'd do that. Mom? Yeah, I don't know. Uh, it's probably like a bit of a size that needs to change on these, but again, I don't have, like, I don't want to change the components in the content just yet, just because I don't know. It really depends on what you want to have and the content of the landing page, which again, I'm not gonna do. That's not what I like to do. Yeah. You might want to have like something that is a bit more explanatory. Really, it doesn't really matter. Ooh, I see. Yeah, that could be my yes. Yeah. It depends on the use cases. If you keep the stroke in the SVG, like let's say you have, dang, right? And this is your SVG. If you resize it on the site, you can see that it's now way slimmer. And so you end up with something that was like kind of heavy and kind of thick, a thick icon into something that is the same width, but it just looks way thinner. So in order to get that to still look the same when you are resizing your icon, you would need to outline it, and then basically once outlined, it would scale in a way that makes more sense. So if you know when what is going to be needed, then potentially outlining it makes more sense. However, the opposite already or also exists. If you outline it and then you make the icons smaller because they need to be like, I don't know, 16 by 16, they are kind of thin potentially in terms of what they are giving. So right now this is like a 1-point stroke, so that's pretty fine. But if it was already a 1-point stroke here, you would end up with something that is like probably 0.2, right? That might be a bit less appealing. And so sometimes there is something that we have said in the past that is, I don't know if I have it here. I think I do. If it's not there, it's somewhere else, obviously. But if it's, I forgot if I did that in icons, if I did that in foundation. I might have done that in this guy. Not even. Not even. That's crazy. Let me see. I know exactly what it is in another file. I think Untitled UI. Untitled has a very good representation of what they means with icon sizes. I like a lot. used many times. It's gonna take a while. It's images. Images take ages to load. Yeah, right there. This thing. Mm-hmm. Have a good lay down. Come on, Figma. The image that is right there. These are the two that I'm looking for. Instant. And they're not loading. So, this is another one which is going the other way. But basically what they're saying is in here, sometimes or often, the creator of the icon or have made them in a way that makes sense to them. They are set to be like scaled between a certain amount of size, but not above that. They take an example of 48, which I would disagree, would be pretty okay. But overall, the concept is still true, where you are not supposed to like bump the content too much and like basically have 4 times the amount of width. Is a thing that I've said and made in the past, and this past work, so that's gonna be there. Maybe. Otherwise it's in here. I forgot which one it is though. Music is still Christmas again. But yeah, like that's the same scalability option. So this one is scaling with outlined, and this one is scaling without outline. Same concept overall. So do I have them? Yeah, I did this though for me. From what I usually do is based on the size of the icon, I define a line width. Then instead of having the same at each point, which is right here, you can see how this one is non-accessible because you lose all of the context, and specifically if it's pixelated, you basically don't know what that is. Whereas here, even though you kind of lose the arrow itself, you still have the details. And again, this is something that I've said many times before. Currently, we are in 2x, but yeah, it's a bit more complex to read here than it is there. So with different line sizes or line widths, you end up with something that is a bit more accessible overall than you keep the same width. But yeah, that's a full system that I put in place, and it works. But yeah, so keeping the outline or making them outline is an option, yes. something that you can do. I'm going to repeat myself, something that you can do, doesn't mean that you should do it, can do it, is an overlap or an overlapping layers. Let me show you. Basically, if you have your icon, you have your icon. Let's say this is outline. It is cool. You have your icon like that. That's what you have, right? It is outline. It's currently at 2 points, and that's what you have. You could, with this being like a 17 by 19 point, whatever, you could create a rectangle over that. Something that's like 24 by 24, which would be your bound or regular bounds. These two could be on top of each other, whatever, we don't really care. And then from there, you can have a blend mode of intersect. That basically gives you an outlined icon entirely, with still the ability to go in vector and change that to be like 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, whatever. So that's one way to do it. It's not good. Not good. But you basically end up with the same issue in a way. So does it really matter? Yeah. It's an option to get like something, which the only reason why I'm doing this most of the time is because I need like a secondary outline option. So getting this with, let's say that this would need like an outline red and then a white in. I could do that this way. Like if I needed like the stickers option, that's one way to do it. Same thing. Let's say that this is black, this is white, so that you have like your stickers effect without really having to work with it, because otherwise if you didn't have that shape, that overlapping shape, you would end up without the ability to do it. So that's the only use case. Otherwise, when you want to resize your fonts, resize your icons, and resize your things, use the K tool that you scale things, and it will work every time. If I know that, for example, this thing needs to be like, I don't know, 100 and something, and just resize it to be 100 pixel width, and then I'm good with it. And that implies that it changed the size of the font or the size of the stroke. And so right now, maybe I need it 8 instead of 9. And because I'm using like the dual effect, I'm still getting my sticker effect in a way that makes sense. You know, more stuff. But yeah, that's the only option. It's not good. I'm gonna say that. And the last point that I have for icons, I have so many, is if you have something like this. Let's use green. Let's use tomato. Right? You have this, and you change this from one icon to another icon. If they are coming from the same set, let's say you are using this, it's gonna be fine. If you're going from this to this is not the same set. So this one, in terms of build, it doesn't have the dual color thing. And so if for some reason I'm taking this and I'm getting the AI chip duotone option, it's reverted to its initial color because it doesn't recognize that these two are the same. This thing that I did here will give you the exact same issue if you don't name your layers inside the same and you don't have the same amount of layers in your icons. So some people, you can see that often in or on, basically here, if I go into huge icon are sharing like a ton of things. This is an issue. The creation here has one stroke for this arrow, one stroke for this arrow, one stroke for this arrow, and one stroke for this arrow. If, and usually when, you decide to change the color and you forget to pick like one of the arrows and you have the other three, but not this one, and you change the color and it's like another black, but it's really close and you don't really pay attention because you thought that you clicked on it. If you then switch that to another file or another icon that is different but doesn't have the same amount of layers, you will end up with either this one because it's the first one in the array, or the other one because it's the most dominant. It depends. Figma sometimes switch and changes to choose like something that is different. But they are doing this so often. Every time I'm seeing them create like an icon in these videos, which are really cool to showcase how to create the icons, the output is okay, but it's mostly an issue for the rendering post transition in between two sets of icons. Like it's just like all of these makes no sense. And so that's, again, that is why I ensured any of these things, when they are created with one single stroke, which is always named vector, so that if it changes color, the vector from the next icon is going to be good. And then for these ones, it's the same. You have vector and 60. Vector is the initial elements. 60 is 60% of the initial elements. So it's just an opacity value of 60% to ensure that you have like the duotone effect. The goal is still that if you switch from duotone to solid for some reason, it's going to transfer the color properly. However, if you transfer from full color to duotone, you're going to have a bit of an issue. But that's not like something that can be I mean, that is something that can be switched in no time, but still, it's a bit of an annoyance. So keeping that in mind when you're doing your icons, ensuring that anything in there is either the same amount of layers or the same names, but same things every time. So for me, if I'm going into some weird icons, like some of these that have like multiple elements, multiple tiny things here and there, I'm ensuring every time that they are all one single stroke, single things. Also, I'm usually ensuring that these things are empty. Otherwise, that can lead to issues in the long term with transition between one set to another set. More details, but it makes sense. I have a feeling that some of these are still filled. But yeah, I really need to release this, to be honest, because you know, that whole thing is in there. Just, it seems boring to me. also feel like I wrote it in a way that is just weird. You know, that's details. Anyways, detailed stuff. It works though. The thing that's the most important thing. It needs to work so that you have something that just makes sense to you in terms of system. But in order to avoid as many issues in the long term as possible, ensure that your layers are named the same, your content is the same amount of layers, and as much as possible, make sure that your icons are visually aligned together. If you have many to do, like this is something that this is the reason why these ones are in the red right now, or too small. I made some of them a bit bigger already, like these ones are a tad bigger, at like 18 instead of 16, but these ones, for example, should be 18 in width instead of 16, and visually speaking, that means getting that basically here, so it's not much, but by doing so, this is taking the same amount of space as these, and therefore it makes sense, and they are occupying, taking the same amount of space, visually speaking. So yeah, that's the thing that I need to do to ensure that most of my stuff is placed on the dots, on the pixels, because otherwise you end up with like pixels like this. That looks like shit. We don't like it. Yeah, these ones need to be. It's not much, to be honest. That could take 25 to 30 minutes to do, but it's just. It's just, I just know. Haven't done it yet. But yeah, visual alignment is going to be important. You can kind of see that when I'm here, like for example, and I have like most of my boundaries visible. You can see that the paperclip is a tad too small. If it was like in diagonal and a bit bigger, it might be an option. But these ones are taking less space. So just a smidge. Just a smidge. They need to have something. Anyways, I decided to start the stream earlier. Again, that's the reason for 5:30, so that I can go to sleep earlier. Gotta wake up earlier again. So this week is going to be a bit of a test week at 5:30 every day. I mean, every streams, and then we'll see. And then we'll see. I think Vash is the only one that is live right now. Talking about design to kind of appreciate it. I appreciate it. to go back there. Cool. So here is the thing. Thanks a lot for being here, as always. Appreciate it. The VOD is going to be on YouTube. That's easier to store if you just want to ask a question. I'm not live. You can join the Discord, as always. Highly appreciated. And then yeah, I shall be back on Wednesday at 5:30 instead of 6:30, which is what we have right here. Right here. Who won? That is the question that we have, as always. I think Stody, you won. Congrats. Congrats. Have a new view for this tiny thing. I think it's cute. I think it works. I think it works. Anyways, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you at 5:30 on Wednesday. And yeah, I'm out. Bye.